Bum, bum. Hello, everyone. How are y'all doing? Ready for some more foliage work? Been tweaking the scene in the background a little bit. Been refining the lighting a little bit as well. As if you're following me on Twitter, you might have seen already. Give a little sneak peek there. Yeah, been having fun with that. This is one of the screenshots that I've been working on. I like it, you know? It highlights the subsurface scattering of all the foliage like really well. So I'm really happy with it. Got some other shots as well. Let's have a look at this one. It's actually kind of interesting to see it without like all the foliage, and then it just gets spawned in. We need to fix some of these issues, right? Where like the vertex color is not making it so that the bottom of the tree or like these little bits of foliage is not moving. So we'll have to adjust those. So that's probably what we're gonna do today, you know? Like, we're just gonna tweak a little bit of the foliage. We're gonna see if we can get like all the vertex stuff set up, so that we get like some nice wind sway going on, you know? And focus a little bit more on that. And then we'll also see if we can do some tweaks to the trees as well. I was kind of trying already to add some additional details, and actually took like I went on a little walk and I took a snapshot of some trees where we have these like little additional bits on the trees, right? I'm gonna see if we can add some of those. I'll probably do that manually or with like a particle effect or something like that. To keep it real simple. How's everyone doing in the chat? We got Nikori here and we got Alduin. Really nice shot. Thank you so much. Yeah, the soft lighting is really nice. I like the volumetrics as well. You know? Volumetrics add so much to the scene. Yes. Hi, Coffee Diction. How are you doing? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've also done... I couldn't stop myself, I'm so sorry. I've also done some tweaks to the textures already, but I didn't do any sculpting on the weeds that we created last time. Probably go through those as well. It's really simple, though. Like, I tweaked the color a little bit and added, like, some damaged edges to it. And honestly, I kind of want to skip doing a sculpting phase because a lot of it is so small anyway. So I might have a look at it again in the final thing. But I think for now, they're actually in a pretty good state. Wait, let's actually have a look at some of the other weeds, though. We can track some of them down. Some jankiness with the geometry going on, but... How many foliage instances do you have at this time? What do you mean, like individual meshes that are used, or like total being spawned on the geometry, or like on the landscape? Because I'm working with these landscape layers, right? So for the forest floor, which is probably the most detailed, we'll have 21 instances of that. But I think... Let's make sure. Oh no, they're all used. Okay. Because I played around with this as well, trying to get like a better look for it. Yeah. That's what I'm using for the scattering, right? I'm not using the foliage tool per se. I use the foliage tool for like more manual placements. Or like more refined placements, does that make sense? Most of it is just... Yeah. That grass tool taking care of all of it. Okay, switch this thing up. Let's have a quick overview of what I did last time, right? So let's switch it back to midday. And then I'll show you what I did in the Substance Painter file real quick. Is it Substance Painter? Yeah, I think I did. Ah, I forgot to send out a notification again, did I? Well, so I have to write that down for the next time. Landscape auto foliage makes sense. Yeah, it's just the link to the material that I paint, right? So, because you don't want to be doing that on like a massive scale. Like you don't want to only be using the foliage tool. Let's make a quick notification here. Marketing streams. Cool. And then let me give you a quick overview of what happened here, right? Like it's still very simple. Let me see. I think this is the stuff that we had last time, right? Without maybe like the color variation. But I added like slight bits of color variation, and then I added some damaged edges with like 3 layers basically. So the base layer is basically the spreading of how far it goes, right? And then I just basically duplicate that and add a mask outline so that you get these like rounded things. I kind of like that. We'll need to tweak it a little bit, but it looks kind of cool. And I just make that like a different color. And then on top of that, I do another layer, which I think I removed the mask outline again, and I made the shape. I contracted the shape, right? So instead of doing like a large bevel, I'll make like a small bevel. And then we get like... So with that, it's basically, we have like a soft pattern that's kind of spreading out like a disease. And then we have like these edges that highlight that stuff's been eating on it. And then the edges themselves, they highlight that it's dead material basically, right? That's the thought process there. And then I just quickly tweaked it with like a paint mask, but it's kind of doing some awkward stuff, right? Where you have these like smooth transitions. Don't like that, but yeah. We'll tweak that as needed. Then I tweaked the roughness, did some adjustments there as well. But we get some variation. And also removed the ferns, because the ferns, they were really big. So they kind of look like a bit too 3D, you know? So I got rid of them. Anyway, let's have a look here. Let's have a look at my list as well. I didn't do any adjustments to the big trees up until this point, because that part of the tool is still broken. As you can see, I still need to refine that, but yeah. Anyway, enough a recap. How is everyone doing in the chat? How are you all? So I'm probably gonna start with like something very simple, right? We're gonna make sure that this vertex stuff is figured out. That's broken again. Coffee Addiction is trying to learn parallax occlusion mapping currently. Sci-fi profits hard from this one. I must say it isn't easy. Simple decals aren't enough. No, especially if you're doing sci-fi, right? Like the mid-poly workflow with like parallax occlusion map decals. That's basically the workflow that's being used on like every object in Star Citizen, right? And it looks so good. So yeah. But honestly, I would say that the parallax occlusion mapped decal is not too difficult, because you only need like a height map, right? That's the only new thing that you technically need, like parallax occlusion mapped. Oh, well, maybe the decals are a little bit different because they changed that up in Unreal Engine 5, so... Yeah. I haven't looked at the decal system since they revamped it, so... Maybe that's where the issues come in. No vertex color found. Why not? Okay, so let's have a look. So that's this 3, right? So that's this one. See if we can fix that. At least for a first job, get a decals in. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, like parallax is definitely needed, right? It's just I don't think it's that difficult to figure it out. I think the values of the height map are going to be very important, right? Where normally if you have a height map, you want how should I explain this? Like the value that you don't want to move in parallax, you want that to be 0.5 gray, right? Because that correlates to something that doesn't move. Anything below that value is going to go down. Anything above that value is going to go up, like as a visual thing, right? So that's the only thing that you need to keep in mind. Eldwin, guess this week is my turn to get the flu. Been working on my scene for barely 2-3 hours a day. The rest is pretty much lying in bed. Yeah, don't take proper rest. You know, like if you feel like you shouldn't be working, then don't do it. You know, like that's what I did when I got sick as well. Just take proper time because you don't wanna yeah, just partially heal, right? You need to fully rest up and get fully back into things. Okay, so this is working now. It's just weird. That has a color, so oh, maybe what if we do that? Can we actually visualize this as a vertex group? Wonder. That looks weird. Oh, no. Okay, so that looks good. Yeah, that's what I wanted. So we get the gradient from the bottom to the top, right? That's awesome. Okay, so I think the only thing that went wrong then is the color attribute wasn't assigned a face corner. Sorry, face corner by color, right? We'll switch that up. That's just because I'm using my own made tool, right? That one has bicolor. That one's good. Is that one up? There's bicolor as well. I think the first one is good too. Okay. It's not too bad. Getting gold is just annoying. Yeah, that's the thing. When I get sick, I get more annoyed than actually get get sick, you know? Like it's more annoying than actually just being sick. I get so frustrated. I can definitely understand the pain. I hope you get well soon though. Need to bake an entire sheet down in Substance. It's just time consuming. But in Substance? This is not COVID, that's the worst. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good luck with that, coffee addiction. Okay, so this vertex color stuff works. So I'm gonna do the same thing on like some of the other foliage assets, right? Let's go back to my weeds that I'm using. I need to separate out the stuff that I'm using for export though. These two are used. Oh yeah, that's another thing that I played around with, is I tried making the actual clusters that I'm using to scatter. Try to make them a little bit more dynamic, you know, like you can see here. It's not just like a circle. What else are we using? Haven't done anything with those yet. Just trying to like really quickly organize them by the type. Sweet clump. Like a bunch of smaller objects too. What the hell's happening here? What are you? Single weed. You are part of that group. Part of that group. Cool. So now what we hopefully can do... Actually gonna see if we can do it in one go. There's like a whole bunch of stuff that's not even gonna be rendered here. Let me see if we can call that a little bit. Hey, Admiral Magpar, good to see you here. Same for you, E. Arthur. How are you doing today? Yeah, I'm doing good. Back to some foliage tweaking. I'm probably gonna break my promise what I said last week. We were gonna do some sculpting, but not gonna do it. It's not required at this point. Maybe we'll do it later, but the foliage, I did like a little bit of like texture tweaking to it. So we have some variation going on, but I don't think it needs like any sculpting or anything like that. That would just be overkill, especially for the size of it. I'm just gonna keep it there for now. So what we're doing now is I'm trying to fix like the wind that's gonna go through it. I'm using vertex color for that, so we're gonna do some vertex coloring. Actually, curious if, because I can paint this way, so I could fall off smooth. And then just have like a gradient that starts from like 0 at the bottom. And then goes like up to like the topmost section, right? So the red is basically going to be not affected. Wait, is that true? No. It used to be the opposite, right? Yeah. I do it the opposite way. So the red is going to be the stuff that's the most affected, and the blue is just not going to be affected at all. So we're going to do that on this little test here. I'll give an example. So that is number 2. It's so tiny. So tiny that I probably need to reduce the geometry on this because yeah, it is really small. How are you both doing though? Dancing Lees, hell yeah. So let's see. No vertex color found at this index. What we'll probably need to do. I keep forgetting this step. So vertex color from weight. Right? So it basically converts the weighting into vertex color. And then we can actually use it to drive the world position offset. Doing good? How's things? Yeah. Going alright. We're actually getting quite close to probably revealing like the bigger thing that we've been working on for a while. Like me and Will, you know? Johann William Luffler. So we've been working on something together, and it's not finished, right? I don't want to say that it's just a collaboration between the two of us, but we're building the foundation so that other people can jump on it in the future as well. I think I told you about this, right, Admiral? I don't remember if I did. Arthur, you're doing a lip sync? That's awesome. What are you doing that for? Don't recall. Okay. I'll message you on Discord. Or we can... Yeah, we still need to chat about it anyway. Like, just chat in general. I was going to ask if you were still working with Will. Yeah, like, Will, he's helping me out, right? He's doing that on top of, like, the stuff that he's doing over in Amsterdam. Still at PUBG. Yep, exactly. Okay, so let's have a look here. We import this. Okay, so it's not affected. So maybe... Oh, you know what it might be? It might be the asset import settings. So ignore. We probably won't replace, right? Yeah. Yeah, nice. So now the bottom is always going to be fixed to the terrain, and then the rest of it, like, is kind of moving with it, right? Yeah, and that's basically what we're going to do quickly on, like, most of these assets, so that they're actually stuck to the ground. Start from the top, all the way down. It would actually be... I need to find a way where I can randomize the vertex color. Let's actually see if we can figure something out really quick. Vertex color from weight. Wait, so how do I do this again? So in here... Oh, it's kind of already set to attribute then. Okay, so now we can actually see it. If we do dirty vertex color? What does that do? Seem to be that much. So like if we set it lower, oh, that just decreases the strength of it. Okay. Seems to give us a little bit more variation. Let's see how that looks, shall we? Oh, I did the other one, right? So get that one in here. Hey Elias, how you doing, buddy? It would be nice if you could get vertex color based on the proximity / AO to randomize it. Would help with variation and clipping into one. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, there must be a way though, where I'm trying to think about like geometry nodes. Does that offer something? I don't know actually. There might be something there, you know? Just haven't played around with it enough. Because yeah, like now we kind of dirtied it, right? Whatever that means. But that's just like a very crude randomization that happens, right? Guess it kind of works. Just a little bit of variation. Yeah. Gonna be a bit more pronounced on these guys though. Move some of this up because this is clipping through the terrain. Don't want that. Yeah, exactly. Will's still at PUBG. He's also we also met up a couple of weeks ago. It was awesome to see him. Yesterday, met up for lunch with some of the old UB people, and that was really nice as well. Okay, let's do the same thing here. So it's weight paint, something like that. Nope, vertex. Okay, maybe it's a little bit clearer on this one. So what brightness and contrast? Oh, that's kind of interesting that you can do something like this. Okay. That's not gonna look that good though. Because you kind of want like a relatively smooth transition between all of it. These are way too small. Get rid of those. That one is definitely way too small. Oh, you met up with Ash. Dang. I didn't know that it was in Brighton. Thought he moved back to Canada? Where he's from? I think he's from there. I can't remember. That's awesome. How was that though? Sneaky little group over here. Yeah. That's right, Montreal. Yeah. He's going back there now. Okay. Nice. Oh, interesting. Hangar 13. Yeah. Someone who I worked with at Frontier, who I like occasionally keep in contact with, like also works there. I mean, industry is so small anyway, right? Like you probably know people it's all over the world right now. Like if you've been in the industry like a couple of years, people move around so much that yeah. A few people from Airship went to Frontier now. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, you know, like in the podcast and probably when people ask me, like I've always been like relatively critical of Frontier, right? But on the flip side of it, like, well, relatively critical, is that a good word? Like it wasn't the place for me, right? Like at that time, at that moment in time, like it didn't feel like I was learning as much as I should do. So it's not even like a critique of the company itself. It was more like it was the what is it? Like the compatibility between me and the company, right? To make it all fancy. But they're actually like a really good company to work for. Still have lots of friends there. They've grown massively since I was there though. Kinda scary how massively they've grown. But hey, that also means that they're doing well, right? I think it's 800. I think. I don't know what the official number is, right? But I've heard somewhere around like 6 to 800 or something like that. Because when we moved to that new office, that was originally meant to be a place where they could house like 800 to 1,000 people, and that was gonna be for like the next decade, right? But they kind of filled that up in a couple of years. So that's kind of crazy, you know, that they could just do that. And they have like, yeah, like multiple projects going at the same time. Like, it's crazy, man. I'm super happy for all the people that are still working there, though. It's kind of annoying that I can't do it on like multiple objects. Stuff that I'm doing. Can you? No, it kind of reverts to like one object, which is kind of oh well. I wonder. Keep it relatively simple now. Vertex. Net Mirage. This way you did weight paint in Blender makes Maya cry. Does it? Why? It can't deal with this kind of painting? I've never done anything like that in Maya. So I have no idea how that works. Imagine you still hang out with a lot of people from UB Berlin. Not as often as I should. We actually discussed that yesterday. Like, I want to do more of it, but yeah, I'm also like kind of comfortable at home, you know? Like, it's hard sometimes. Yeah, I would definitely love to do more of it. Let's go out with lunch, sync up, and talk business, you know? Because that's honestly the thing that I miss from just going with Beyond, going do this venture with Beyond Extend, right? Like, I love what I'm doing. I love that I get to like self-direct and do all the stuff that I'm doing right now. But it also means that it does get, it's kind of lonely, you know? Like, you don't have people to work with. And most of the time that I'm fine with it, but sometimes I just miss the office banter, you know? When it's just like random stuff being discussed. Pico came across to see us. Oh, that's awesome. Did she bring her dog? I think his name is Taco, right? We went out with Giacomo and Peko like a couple of weeks ago. Grabbed some noodles. Oh, that was back in October. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Similar vibes working from home. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kind of felt like I just, yeah, I'm still doing work from home, you know? Like, in terms of, like, my social contact. Well, even less, you know? Because normally you would talk to people and just jump on, like, random Discord calls. Well, I actually still do that, you know? But it's less... It's less... I think what I'm trying to say is that if you're working in an office, you're always talking about the same thing because you're working on the same thing, right? So you get to banter about like a lot of the specifics. You can't necessarily do that when you're in just like an open Discord and you're talking about your own personal work. Like, you don't have that immediate connection, you know? That's, I don't know, that's maybe sometimes the stuff that I miss. But then on the flip side, sometimes also hate the complaints, you know? Like, sometimes I'm like, ah, oh, god damn it. I'm like complaining about it again. Like, I should not do this. Yeah. You miss the early UB Berlin vibes. Oh god, there's so much I can say there, but we can't, right? But yeah, like in terms of the vibes, yeah. Yeah, just I think work from home had like a big impact on us, right? And I think not only on us, but like on all the teams. Because yeah, you lose that connection that was basically the hallmark of our team, right? You would constantly be talking to people, get to know new people and all that stuff, and yeah, you then lose that. Kind of annoying, you know? Like it's a big shift in company culture, right? If you want to get the official thing there. Set to ignore. Oh no, it needs to be set to replace, right? Yes, replace. Oh no, it's doing this weird thing where it can't save my auto saves for some reason. Been broken since forever. In a way, it showed the cracks in UB itself. Like once the social aspect died, it made all the other stuff you sort of ignored a lot more prominent. Yeah, 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 exactly. I was I'm kind of thinking about like some videos that I watched on this, right? I think what also happened is the expectations of what a company needs to take care of like totally changed as well with working from home. This is not really related to, well, partially related, right? To like studio culture. Because like that was your space where you interacted with people, where you hung out with people and also did work, you know? Like it was all of a sudden like all the stuff that we did before, like go out for lunch and like go to the rooftops and like hang out there, like that was all just gone, and it was just a part of your normal day routine now. So yeah, definitely had an impact. But yeah, for sure, it allowed people. Well, people had more time to focus on the stuff that was annoying them, right? So what happened here? Oh yeah, yeah. I need to be important still. Let's go. Stuff like salary became a lot more prominent in my mind. Yeah, that was always prominent, right? Like that seemed to be like a constant thing. I think, yeah, yeah, it goes into the same line with what you're saying, right? Like it gave us more time to really think about it and like really reflect on it. I felt like it was always like less in our studio, I guess, but like more of a constant thing that people just constantly brought up. Let's have a look. Thanks for popping in, Coffee Diction. More time to go. Actually, this is bollocks. Yeah. Wait, you're not drunk the second. So this one is still screwed up. Replace, okay. Where's that one though? That's this one, right? Yeah, there's a lot that needs to be changed, right? Yeah, like for me, it was actually it gave me more time to work on the stuff that I enjoyed doing, right? And then it gave me more of a realization that maybe I should just take the leap, you know, take a chance. So I'm kind of happy that work from home, well, the necessity of work from home became such a big thing Because when it happened, I was like, okay, cool. I can kind of test what it feels to be freelance now, right? That's working out for you. Yeah. How does everyone else feel about that? Like, I don't know if we have a lot of people that are working from home right now, but how does everyone else feel about it? Okay, so the weight painting is definitely there. Did we convert it to... Yeah, it is converted. Okay. Where's that going to? So, Clovers, Clump 01. It might have gone to like a different directory, what I'm thinking. Maybe I screwed that up. Biotemperate weeds exports. And this is going to... Biome temperate. Okay, so we'll need to change that. So, was it weeds exports? I need to keep better track of these folders as well. I'm trying to keep everything organized, but yeah, it's I'm doing it halfway, you know? I'm doing it in half measures. It's not really working out yet. Hey, Matthew S! How are you doing? I'm working from home? Awesome. How are you liking it? And then we got How's Jokerify? Hi, I work in the studio. Oh, you work for a studio that's 2 and 40 minutes. 2 hours and 40 minutes away, but I go there every second Friday. Okay. That is a long commute, though. Is that one way? Because that's crazy. That basically means that every second Friday, you go in, and that's it, right? Like, that's your day. You can't really spend any other time doing something else. That's crazy. I had a long commute as well. Well, not relative to this, of course. Like, it was like an hour and 15 minutes. But relative to like other people in the studio. And I guess in hindsight, it really took a lot of, like, when work from home happened, like, it made me realize how much time I was wasting just being in the commute, right? Like, it opened up that whole can of worms where I was like, oh damn, I'm spending like a lot of time just on the commute. Which, in all fairness, it's not that bad, because the commute, I actually liked it. In a way where I could just, like, it was a very clear barrier between my work and my personal work, right? Or like going home for food and just chilling out or whatever. So yeah, there was a very clear barrier there, and I like that, where it became, now there's no barrier, you know? Like, it's just, yeah, especially because I'm working from home full time, like, it's just, yeah, I mean, full-time work, you know? Sometimes I need to force myself to take a rest as well. So definitely not all bad. Oh. Oh, that's why the size didn't update, because I was exporting to the wrong folder. They're so tiny now. Oh my god. Let's have a look. Where are they? We're probably not even gonna find them, are we? Sometimes I have to be careful with refreshing them as well. I can't even... Oh, there they are. Little clovers. Okay, yeah, let's scale those suckers up a little bit, because that's way too small. So look in the chat as well. Raj is saying, I came home from vacation, and then now doing work from home. Feels like my vacation, which was supposed to be 2 weeks, turned into 2 years. Yeah. Can imagine that. Matthew says, definitely prefer working from home. That's awesome. What was the biggest challenge? And this is a question for everyone, right? Like, what was your personal biggest challenge when working from home? Curious to know that. So a rod is on a mixed type, so 2/3. But the commute saving from work from home is gold. Yeah, exactly. Gotta wake up at 5 a.m. to get there for my meeting. Ugh. I might sound so pretentious, but that's not the way that I want to live, you know? Like, just in a way of just getting up at 5 a.m. Like, even if it's only like every second Friday, I couldn't deal with that. More props to you if you can, you know? Mm. The biggest challenge being disciplined. Yep. Yep. That's a good one. It's also, it's a good one because it's so generic, right? Or like so all-encompassing. Like, because it goes both ways as well, right? Like I was saying before, like I'm very disciplined when it comes to actually doing the work, but I'm completely not disciplined when it comes to taking breaks. And yeah, that's like the biggest challenge for me, right? Where I'm oftentimes on like the edge of like being completely like I'm not burned out or anything like that, but like at the end of the day, I'm just like, oh, so done and just like completely drained, you know? Which could technically be a good thing, but I would love to kind of avoid that, you know? Need to take more breaks. I'm getting better with it. Playing some games to relax in the evening and enjoying that. It's very easy to just go on YouTube or Twitch and just watch other people when working. You can easily lose concentration. Yeah. You're welcome, Matthew. Thanks for losing concentration here while I distract you with a bunch of questions while you're working, probably. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Rod, like a 4-year-old toddler? Yeah. I can... I mean, I don't have kids, right? So I can only imagine. But I've heard stories from people with kids, and that it can be freaking chaos, you know? I'm switching my camera views every time to just refresh like the procedural collection stuff. It's still really small though, is it? Well, actually, let's have a look at it in character, right? The challenge for me was having lunch on time. Yeah. Oh, Matt, he was on his lunch break as well. Speaking about that. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That I don't distract you too much, right? Oh, I thought I had third person in this. Okay, never mind. Are really small though. Let's boost them up again, shall we? Wait, but they're almost the size. Yeah, they're quite comparable to those things. Let's just see. Let's play around with the scale. Sarah Papa is on lunch break too. Happy to have you here. Thanks for popping in. I'm playing around with foliage in my scene currently. So at this point, what I'm trying to do is fix the scaling on the clovers. We got some little clovers that I'm scattering. And yeah, I'm trying to get the scale correctly. Or like, well, not accurate, you know, but like good looking in context. Yeah, something like that. Good. That's looking better. Yeah, because you get these nice patches of them, right? Because they have like a different roughness as well, so it's kind of nice to see. But I don't want them to take up like too much of it either. It's cool. Still spawning the grass through the material? Yep, exactly. And that's just driven by these landscape grass type layers where I just feed like everything into it. It looks overwhelming, but it's actually very simple. So if we just collapse all and just open one of these, right? Like each of these contains just like the asset and then like a whole bunch of like scaling options. Very easy to use. Oh, to switch it up though. Did anyone watch the Unreal Engine State of State of Unreal, I guess what it's called, right? The stuff that they were showing off was actually kind of crazy. Like, I loved the stuff that they were doing with the, what's it called? PCG? I don't know what that stands for. I think it's PGC, right? Procedurally generated content, I'm guessing. Don't know what it actually stands for. But like, I love what they're doing with that because they're basically adding in a new editor that is not like a blueprint or anything like that, but it's basically purely made for procedural scattering, right? So it's going to be super useful for basically the stuff that we're doing here. Because remember, like a couple streams ago, I wanted to try out like another way of spawning procedural foliage. What we might actually do is try that out with 5.2. And just use some of the content here and then see how far we can get with that new system instead. And just get familiarized with that new system. The tricky thing in this case is though that I can't really use it in this pack because then we're limited to only use it from 5.2 onwards. And I kind of want to sell it to more people, right? So that means including support for earlier versions too. Yeah. Oh, Matt, you were saying that procedural stuff was incredible? Yeah, I loved it. Because it was reactive, right? Like, it's not... Like, if I scatter trees here, like, I'm probably gonna find an example, like, relatively quick, where these are two trees that are on the exact same position. Right? But there's no way for me to really control that unless I put something on the grid and something not on the grid, right? But I don't really have the fine control over that necessarily. And I'm hoping with that new system, they also have like automated culling. So if you have a rock, it's gonna detect like all the stuff that's in the rock and get rid of all of it, right? Which is exactly what you want from a system like that, where it does like, it has some built-in optimization tools. Can't you bake down the procedural scattering and then sell it to people using earlier versions? That's a good question. I don't know that actually. I don't know if you can convert this to like a mesh, right? Or like to instance meshes again. I'm not sure about that. Like the procedural stuff, right? No idea actually. Very good question. The procedural workflow should only be for generating content quickly. Shouldn't affect your goal. Oh, yeah, but like the sellability, like the backwards compatibility, it will affect that, right? Because let's say if there is a way to bake that down, then you lose the non-destructibility of it, right? So I would ideally have it so that the sample content that I add into it like just works out of the box and looks good. And it's also like, yeah, backwards compatible to like the earlier versions too. The factory, yeah. Okay, cool. I didn't think you want them to give them the option to move to generated content too. Well, the thing there is that the content that's currently been generated is generated based on the landscape materials, right? So I want that system to remain intact so that people can just open the pack, start painting, and everything still spawns as the same thing, and then they can start tweaking it to whatever they want. But if you were to bake it down and then you start doing like a whole bunch of adjustments, or you start painting the terrain, right? Then that it becomes very non-destructible, and you'll have to either re-enable like the stuff in the material, or yeah, tell them to do something like that, right? But that kind of kills the user experience of buying a pack like that. I hope that makes sense. Hey, Jeremiah! Yeah, that is Blender. That UI looks so sleek. Yeah, this is the Beyond Extend color scheme. I love that I'm promoting it, and I've given it to a couple of people, and then I was like, uh-oh, people are spreading it around. I need to properly do this. So then I stopped doing it. But I actually need to get my ass into gear and like finish it up and then share it in the community as well. Yeah, I like it. Okay, so what are we going to be doing? I think... So the issue is I don't want to start detailing the trees because I want to redo the big ones, right? But for that I need my tool to be working, so I need to fix my tool. I don't want to do that on stream. So we're probably going to switch to something different here. Let's have a look. So let's see on the lists. Got like all the trees, a small carpenter camp, a medium camp, a large camp. So it's basically like a bunch of level art. Let's switch into that, shall we? I want to make some like new setups. We kind of already got some stuff going here. We're just gonna see what we can make here. Thatched roofing, refined log piles. We kind of did that. Wooden bowls and wooden mugs. We got signs as well. Yeah, we need to get our ass into gear in making some of this stuff. First, let's have a look at some Rift though. Gonna see what we are currently kind of missing, but I think we got the most of it. Capstack. Got some housing, got firewood. These. Yeah. How do I get this color scheme? I'll make a note. I'm gonna finish it up and then I'll share it in the community. Just as like a little freebie. Awesome. I need to, yeah. Danny was talking about this as well, so Well, I'll need to make that work. I'll just need to make it. Okay. I think honestly, like, we have a lot of the components. It's just making stuff that kind of looks good when it comes together. So we'll just make like a couple of little setups. Feel free to shout out like anything we're missing when I'm making some of these, right? So I'm probably gonna clear up some space here. Donk. Got this small little workshop here. Oh, and then we got the saw pit that I made last time. What else can we make? Have a look at some of our assets. Got carpenter tables. I'm looking for like a small bench because I want to make something. It's kind of like this, right? I'm gonna start with something simple. With that. It's all over the place. This is a good reflection though. Like if I'm already struggling to find something, imagine how someone that buys this back is gonna feel. It's not in here. Single planks. All this stuff. All in there, please. Let's have a look. Okay, just gonna filter on assets. Where am I looking? Static mesh. There we go. God, I just realized I made so much stuff for it already. We got this little sawhorse over here. I swear I got one of these other ones as well. Oh yeah, in the meantime, while I'm doing some of this stuff, feel free to ask any questions or bring up any discussion points, right? I know that this is me working on my personal work, but I would love to answer any questions or anything you might have wondering while I'm looking through all this stuff. Okay. Yeah, feel free to ask anything you want. Yeah, I'm just gonna have a look in Blender then. Let's have a look. Those are the builds. Better Papa, go ahead. Feel free to ask. Oh, it might be in my assets instead of like in my building kit. Of course. Oh, it would actually be cool to stack up some like wheelbarrows with some wood. Do we even have like pretty good? Let's see. Which one is gonna work best? Oh, it's way too big though. A little bit of scaling. Oh, that one's even bigger. That's only even bigger. No. Okay, it makes me realize that I need like a smaller stack of wood as well. Do you think Unreal is the end all be all for rendering environments? I'm still very much a newbie and it takes a lot of tweaking for me to get stuff happy about in Unreal Engine. I'm wondering if you could render stuff in other softwares like Marmoset. If you're doing props or small environments, yeah, do it in Marmoset, yeah. The main thing why I always recommend people to render in Unreal, because it's showcasing that you can use a game engine, right? Where Marmoset is probably like a little bit more straightforward, because it is not, right? It doesn't have like all the features from a game engine. But in the end, what it always comes down to is just make it look good. You know, and if you're more comfortable with Marmoset, then feel free to use Marmoset as well. Right? That thing. I swear I was looking at it. Yeah, over here. Where is that? Oh, I didn't even name it. Yeah, that's why it's not there. Okay. What do we call this? Workbench for the wooden shingles. Yeah. Right. Thanks very much. Yeah, no worries. It's oftentimes like way more simple than we expect it to be, right? So yeah, if you want to, if you're doing really big environments, right, like I'm doing, you need Unreal Engine. You can't do that in Marmoset. But if you're doing small dioramas, like yeah, feel free to use Marmoset. 100% fine. Or anything else, right? Workbench. I'm gonna call this low because we're probably gonna have like a high version of it as well. That's like a Cooper workbench, so this is where they make like barrels. But I'm not gonna include that just yet. Honestly, gonna be pretty lazy here, and I'm just gonna scale this up. Do like some quick tweaks here, you know? That view is kind of weird. Just triangulate some of this stuff up. For now. Oh, currently learning speed tree. Nice. How is that going? Scale this up a little bit. Definitely enjoying it. Always want to be good at making realistic trees. Yeah, nice. It's a very interesting workflow. I think that speed tree in itself, you kind of have to be for it, you know? I don't like just pushing sliders like all the time. Yeah. It's definitely a powerful program though. Like when you want to make trees, for sure the best one out there. Just gonna see if I can add like a couple things here and then maybe push it around a little bit. Give it like a little bit more character. Really subtle, you know, because you don't want it to just be like a straight piece of wood. Usually has like a lot of character to it. Look at that. It's already looking way better. Okay, let's get these two in then. And then hopefully what we can do in the engine is kind of bridge the gap, right? So like add more details to this by adding like a cut piece of wood, and then I have like these metal braces already in the engine so that we can make like little combinations out of this. Nice. So let's see. Let's put them in. This is in medieval. That is a big boy. That's the tall one, right? Cool. We've got the small one as well. To re-UV that piece. Tree. This one. Hey Rod, thanks for popping in. Have a great weekend yourself as well. We have this one. It's basically like a tree that's already like partially cut to become the beam itself. Scale that down a little bit. That in there. Does that work? So that goes over the top side. Basically holds this thing together. Right. And then I'm just gonna make a quick group out of this. And we can do the same thing here. We're gonna need to scale this one a lot though, by half, so... Hey George! Thanks for popping in and saying hello. Hope you're doing well. Right. Cool. Make a group out of that. I'm gonna probably turn this into blueprints at a certain point. I just wanna get some stuff together, right? And we're just gonna jump over and see if we can create something like this as well. Oh, that's interesting. We only have single-sided workshops for now. So I'll probably make like a quick one. Because this has the walls in place, right? So it's basically going to be blocking itself. Okay, so let's make a quick one here. Need to jump over to my other scene again. Wait, no, I thought... Didn't I have like a blueprint for it? No? Got this one? It's kind of it. Okay. Right, so that's mostly made out of modular pieces then. It's quite good. We'll need to change these shingles up to be more like piles, like they have them there. And they have wood on the outside as well. Oh, it's way smaller than I imagined it to be. Okay. Oh, wait. Take this one. Yeah. Got like a stack of wood here. Let's change the pivot on this really quick. That it kind of snaps to the floor we want it to. That's so nice. That's gonna update like all the other instances in the world as well. Nice and handy to work with. I think currently wondering. So we have this one that's like a wood stockpile. But I think it could be good if we start combining like a bunch of these, right? So we have a base building blueprint, and then we have blueprints for the stuff inside of it as well. And then we start combining all of it. I think that makes a lot of sense. So just gonna do this. Break it all up. And I'm gonna remove all the clutter inside of it, basically. Let's see. Right, so that means that if we do it like this, then we have like a base house. Tweaks to it. Let's actually not do the tweaks yet. Make sure that we save this thing first. This is so annoying. I think... Does anyone know if there's like a select backface option or something like that? When you do like a mass selection, that it also selects like all the stuff inside of it, basically. Because now I have to double check and make sure that like every single thing that is obscured by another object is selected as well. It would be so handy. What are we naming it? So it was a building for storage, right? So it was for wood. Yeah. We can grab this one. We can call that base. That's going to be our base building. And then what we'll do instead is we'll go into this other one here and replace the building with another blueprint, right? So we're stacking blueprints inside of each other, which means that if I do any adjustment to this one, it's also going to be propagated to like any other blueprint that's also going to be using the base building template in it, right? So that should be like a way more modular way of working, so that we update one of it, like it's going to propagate through like all the blueprints. Let's see. It'll be a little annoying. Right, so we delete all of it. Cool. And then... Oh. Oh, I never noticed this little menu here. That's cool. Okay. Let's do that. Oh, hold up. Let's place it like this with the wonky like pivot point, because we need to update that in the base. Hey, Pyramid Scheme! Did you watch the Unreal Engine 5.2 stream? Unreal Engine for Fortnite is going to be a game changer, in my opinion. I don't know. Like, I feel like some of the other stuff was, like, bigger. Well, this is this is also coming from a person that's already been using the tool set, right? So I think it will be like not a game changer, but like it will be very important for the future of Epic Games, but not necessarily for Unreal Engine, if that makes sense. Like it's gonna make a massive difference on like well, especially Fortnite, right? And what they want to do in the future with the metaverse, because they need more people to build content for it. And I think the way that we kind of interface with that is that we provide the content that's going to be used in it, right? But yeah, just more easily accessible. Oh, it would be interesting to hear your thoughts, though. What do you think? What makes it a game changer for you? Because I actually didn't talk to anyone about this yet, like in depth. Hit out one. How's it going, buddy? Oh, Aldo went. Oh, you went looking. Don't have to do that. Found an Unreal Engine forum on what you asked about the backface selection. Oh yeah? Did it give any clues or any hints? Okay, so normally if we go in here, change the object pivot, or like the blueprint pivot in here, set it to be snug with the floor. Bonk. Then it should hopefully, right, this one is going to be screwed up. Oh, it doesn't update in this one. Oh wait, no, it might do. Wait, so update, yeah. Oh, it does. Okay, so it doesn't force an update all the time. So probably if we what is it? Like if we reload the engine, then it would propagate probably, right? But it doesn't do that whenever you update it, so that's good to know. Yeah, now we have this little base, and whenever we do like an update here, like we can just go into it and see like, hey, look, this side doesn't need that pillar. Let's just angle this one a little bit more. You know, and have this one also like a little, just add a little variation into it, you know? Right, and if we then say, cool, you can save this one out. If we then update this one, then it updates. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I like the modularity of it. If you go to edit editor preferences, you can search for box select occluded objects, but you gotta assign a separate hotkey on it. It's not mapped by default. Oh, what? Okay. Thank you so much. Let's have a quick look, shall we? So, editor preferences. What is it, like key mapping or something? Shortcuts. Box select occluded objects. Oh, okay. Interesting. Monetization aspect, it is a huge move for moving us towards the metaverse. Yeah, but we've been enjoying that kind of cut already for a long time, right? I'm not saying that it isn't like interesting, but like developers working on it. It's just it's definitely interesting that like normal people are gonna get in on like the developer cut as well. So I think that's a good move. But honestly, they need it, right? Because they realize that the metaverse is not going to be built by one company. They need people to actually build the content for the metaverse. Or like, well, a game that's going to be perpetually alive, right? Imagine a new standard for assets that automatically transforms them to fit game styles. Oh, that's not going to happen. Not for a long time. And you could take a Fortnite avatar and put it in a PUBG game and it automatically adopts the art style. Oh, so that's an interesting one, right? That's an interesting one for discussion, because that's like the ideal dream of what What a lot of investors would want is that you have this thing where you can make an asset in one style and then just transfer it over to whatever game you want, right? And that all the games are kind of fed into this metaverse. I think that's a little bit idealistic. What is actually more likely to happen is that a lot of companies are going to build their own metaverse and then they're going to build content for it, but the content is not going to be transferable from like one metaverse to the other one because they use a different programming language, they use different rendering pipeline, and if you want to transfer that asset from one engine to the other, right, because that's also what we're talking about, you will have to potentially redo a lot of it or rebuild it from scratch in a lot of cases. Because if that wasn't the case, then you could just take the assets that they use for cinematics or for like movies at this point and just plug them into Unreal already, right? Which to a certain degree you can because there's just FBXs. But if we're talking about like them actually being embedded in gameplay and then also changing style, that's like, yeah, it's like completely different. There are things that are in the works, right? With like, especially with AI, where potentially that stuff is doable. Yeah. So, but we actually need to still see if I believe that's going to be a viable product at a certain point, right? So we kind of figured out like just a pure visual aspect, right? But then what we also need to keep in mind is that we're still dealing with companies that want to keep profit for their side as much as possible, right? So if you have a character from one franchise, they're not going to give it for free to another franchise, right? Or like to another company. There's a lot of deals involved with that. So, yeah. I'm thinking something like USD but for assets. Well, USD is for assets, right? But I get what you mean. Like just like a universal thing. But yeah, then every company needs to use that as their primary thing, right? Which is kind of like the whole FBX thing. Like an FBX is a format that I can plug into any engine or like very easily convert to something else, right? So I think what's currently happening is that there's a lot of investor money going into the space right now, which is drumming up hype and people, there's a lot of marketing going with that as well, right? But for this to work, there's like a whole bunch of stuff that still needs to be figured out. And the ideal situations that people have in their mind is probably like way further ahead than people expect it to be. Even if you look at AI, right? We still need to look at like actual practical examples of it. Because there's also like a bunch of scams that come with it too, right? So yeah, I'm kind of hesitant. I'm kind of trying to keep up with all that stuff. I'm not a denier, right? I know that AI is coming and like it's gonna have an impact, but I think that impact is gonna be more spread out over time than people think it will be. AI would probably be the key to any of these developments. Well, datasets, right? Like the datasets where like they train like basically people making content like we're seeing with Unreal Engine for Fortnite, right? What they're doing is they're merging data, right? So it's all about the data. Like if you look at Fab, what they're doing, right? It's taking all the content from ArtStation, all the content from Sketchfab, and like was there another platform? I think those were the big content platforms, right? But they're kind of merging it all into one place, which makes it very easy to then use all that content as a data set and then do like generative AI modeling in the future, right? Plus, Unreal Engine probably has like the biggest yeah, they probably have like the biggest amount of content when it comes to that, right? It'll take longer than we expect, but it'll be sooner than we can imagine. Yeah, I guess that depends on who you ask, right? Because everyone has like a different opinion on it. Oh, Sarah Papa, sorry. Don't know how that could be translated to 3D yet. So Nvidia actually has models already out there, or like AI models that do the same thing as they do in 2D, but then in 3D. So the models and like the ways already exist for 3D models. They're just gonna have to be refined over time, right? Tristan, welcome to the chat, first of all. And then Fab is ArtStation, Catchfab, Quixel. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, we'll have to see. We will have to see what's gonna happen. I think it's very interesting. But I think why a lot of people are scared or like demotivated or something like that, right? Where they're very hesitant about any of this AI stuff is because it's a lot of unknowns. Right? Because there are some interesting applications happening right now where people implement like ChatGPT into like Unity, right? And then Unity made their own announcement, and basically everyone's making freaking announcements about it. Because again, investors, right? Like AI is a hot new thing. We'll see. We'll see what it actually leads to, right? Oh, I'm actually curious. Can we what am I gonna do? So it's a very interesting conversation though. What do you all think about it? Especially when it comes to maybe not the AI stuff, because that's a bit too nebulous still, right? That's like a broad topic and it's not only going to be impacting art. Oh, yeah, Pyramid Scheme is saying I'm torn on AI. I like it, but the way that they use it in MetaHumans rather than Midjourney. Yeah, I think the reason there is just the ethical nature of it, right? Like Midjourney, that was a whole debate about it, where they used a data set that was illegally obtained, right? Oh yeah, for sure. Like any piece of technology, right, Sarah Papa? And that's I think the biggest concern. Where yeah. Well, they did like isolated tests, right, with ChatGPT, especially 4, where they basically did tests like, hey, what if we just let it control itself, give it some money, and see if it can start up something, right? There's actually some really interesting tests that happened there. Where it even solicited a real person to help them with a captcha test, right? That's probably like the biggest kind of what is it, hot take from the last week, where it basically paid someone to do a captcha test for them because the ChatGPT said that it was blind. So yeah. I wonder when AI will able to recreate like start producing AAA quality game assets. Okay, let's have a look, right? When we're talking about this stuff anyway. Let's have a look. Let's see if I can find it and share it with all of you. Um, bu-bu-bum. Da, da, da. Let's see. I'm trying to look at the one that I saw. So, whoa. But this is one of the video clips that I saw about it, where this is purely trained on like 2D images, right? So there's definitely going to be issues with whatever, with the meshes themselves. You can definitely see it, right? But just imagine this in like a couple of years, you know? It's even better. Yeah. Do some like weird art direction stuff. Like right now, it might not look like much, right? But that's the same thing that happened with the 2D stuff as well, right? Where people were like, nah, it's not gonna be a big deal, and then it all of a sudden was looking really good, and then people were kind of panicking about it too. Yeah, same is gonna happen with 3D as well. Also could potentially harm artists or tech-oriented jobs if greed is the main goal in developing it. Well, I don't want to say that greed is the main thing in developing it, right? But if you look at why a company technically exists, right? Especially the ones that are publicly traded, it's to make a profit, right? And to feed that profit to the shareholders. What is happening, and what you can also already see, is when people get fired, right? Not even to do with anything AI related or like anything that we just talked about, but when they get fired in like from Amazon or Microsoft, like the stock price actually goes up, right? Because the company is getting more lean because they're cutting down on their expenses, right? If we don't think about like the human nature about it. Same is gonna happen on the game side as well, right? But I think on the flip side of it, what is also going to be interesting, and I think what we already kind of see, is that people are realizing it and they're starting smaller companies that are going to have like a bigger impact in the future, where with like a couple of people you could technically or reasonably make like very large games, because, or like very, not necessarily large, right? But like very fleshed out games, or like, well, yeah, let's go for large. It's just a simple comparison, right? Where they can get scale quite easily because, first of all the tools are available, right? Not even talking about AI, but like Megascans is free, Unreal Engine is right there, you know, like it becomes way easier. And then if you add AI on top of that, like that's almost like a multiplier, right? So yeah, this stuff is definitely going to happen. Like, maybe it's like a skeptical vision, or like, well, maybe it's like a skeptical view on it, but I don't think that can be stopped, right? I think what we can do and what we should do is what's already been happening, is where we need to make it ethical so that it is working within the boundaries that we are setting up, and also working within the boundaries of in the new boundaries that we are going to set up, right? Because this is like new technology that's coming up, so we'll have to set new boundaries for that as well. But even then, it is still going to happen, right? But again, like I keep flip-flopping, right? Like I always thought about this example where like tech is always seen as like, oh my god, this is going to change everything, you know? But remember when Amazon was bragging about like their cashless shops, right? And that was gonna change like the whole industry. Didn't do that much, right? You could argue that AI is like on a different scale, for sure it is. But I think it's a good indication that we have this idea of like, oh my god, it's going to change everything. And then the actual implementation is usually way slower than we imagine it. Because, yeah. I think that's also going back to the conversation of like smaller or like people branching off and making smaller companies, right? Let me actually switch over since we're talking about it anyway. Since people are switching up to make like smaller companies, right? And then if they then use AI, yeah, like it becomes like way easier to develop something of your own, right? Make your own IP. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it becomes easier, right? Like, it becomes easier to. But I think, yeah, I'm trying to think, right? Because easier has so many connotations in this context where there is obviously, and you're already seeing that now, and that's the side of it that I hate, is people just doing it because they just want to make money, right? They want to make a quick buck, and then if it doesn't work, then they're out again. But the thing that happens there is that it basically kills the profit for artists in general. You can already see that with ArtStation, right? Where the amount of AI generated stuff is basically making it super hard to find like the stuff that you made that is gonna be very handcrafted, right? So there's already like massive issues there. So I kind of hate that aspect of it. Yeah, let's have. Yeah, Tristan, it's getting there, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, I think people think that 2D is completely different than 3D, but they're actually making it already, right? I think it's further along than people imagine it to be. Sarah Papa is saying most companies want to cut costs, right? So it would be very convenient for them to have an AI generated stuff, so they don't have to pay people. Yeah, I think we're gonna see a transition, right? And also, hi, Aloya. Nice to have you here today. I think what's going to happen over time is that there's going to be a transition where we're already kind of seeing it. Like Ubisoft announced that they will use AI for writing NPC dialogue, right? So they actually already have a tool that's trained on their own data set, if I'm not mistaken. That's already going to do like a bunch of the NPC writing for them, I think. Right, so there was actually like an interesting article about that. But that's where, I don't see from, how should I define this? From like purely working on a game, right? From like purely working on a game where the menial tasks are usually the ones that you don't want to do, even though there's a whole argument to be made that that's usually like a junior job to do, right? Which I don't necessarily agree with, that should be the thing. But I can see the argument of like, look, this is just menial stuff, right? What if it opens us up to focus on the stuff that's way more important to the story, instead of having to do like a bunch of menial NPC dialogue that is just basically there to support the world, right? It's just like, hey, how are you doing? Just people randomly chatting just to make it feel like the world is alive. Same is going to happen with 3D as well, right? Like, if you look at Promethean AI, they're a toolkit that's being currently developed where you can tell it to populate a scene by giving it like a prompt, right? So you say like, hey, I want like an 80s bedroom. And then it will like populate like the bedroom like it is like an 80s bedroom with the assets that's available, right? I don't think that's that big of an issue, because you know how much fuller and more interesting the games could be if you do that. Because then it allows like level artists like myself, like I was at UB, just to focus on like the stories that are really important, right? Because making something look like the setting that it's in, like we were focusing on it was very very Cuban inspired, right? That's no secret. But that meant that whenever you did like set dressing in a house, you were doing like the mundane stuff, right? Like, oh, table, kitchen, like let's do some props, let's scatter that stuff here. You're doing like a whole bunch of stuff just to make it look like the setting it is. But if you can kind of avoid that and then focus on the stuff that's actually more interesting to you, I don't know, right? Like I think there's something there. And then even with the whole junior coming into the industry argument, I would even say that it opens up juniors to work on less menial tasks and get in with the work that actually matters, right? And give them like a bigger purpose. Instead of trying to like, there's obviously going to be like an onboarding period, right? Well, you have to explain them and what they have to do. There's going to be stuff that they have to do just to get onboarded. But I don't think necessarily putting them on the stuff that's like very menial and quite repetitive is teaching them that much, right? I don't know. Yeah. And I think the same is going to happen with everything, right? I think the reality, or like at least as I see it, is that there's companies, they're going to drive the AI stuff to the max, right? They're going to really, like, it's almost like Pyramid said, right? Like AI over-reliance. They're going to do that and then realize that they're missing the soul of a game, that they need people to build that. I think that's going to happen. Because what's going to be very easy if an AI can... Let's say we live in a world where AI can generate games. I think it's gonna... There's still gonna be like a consistency to it, right? I kind of look at it almost like when Megascans brought out their Icelandic pack, right? A lot of people used that pack, but it also meant that a lot of the games that used it kind of looked the same because of it. I think the same is going to happen with that, at least in the beginning, with AI. Yeah, it's interesting. Pyramid is also saying, I can see artists becoming worse because of AI will eliminate the need to become better artists themselves because AI can do everything. Well, if you're at the point where AI can do everything and then you're still relying on AI, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of people that are like, what am I doing? Right? What am I doing? Like, foundationally. And I think that it's gonna be... I think people are gonna reflect and be like, hey, look, I want to craft my own world. Like, I don't care about AI. I just want to do my own thing, and if people like it, then it's good. If people don't like it, that's good. But I wanna put my vision out there, you know? And then you can choose, right? Tristan is asking a question as well. What do you think a 3D artist can do to protect themselves from the rise of AI generated assets? I laugh because I don't think there's anything you can do, right? Especially if we're thinking about the long term. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to like be all doom and gloom about it, but I think in the long term, if you want to have like... If you're just getting started and you want to have like a 40-year career, like where do you think we're going to be in 40 years, right? Like 30 years ago, like PCs and the internet was barely a thing, right? And now we're here. I'm streaming live. I'm sharing Unreal Engine live, and I'm teaching people, right? Like this stuff is crazy. They didn't think about that. So it's kind of hard to yeah, it's kind of hard to estimate that. Yeah, 100%. It's hard to predict. And this is a good conversation to have rather than to act it doesn't exist. Yeah, exactly. Because the thing is, so I was reading a book yesterday, which was about like, well, it doesn't really matter. It was about leadership. But in that it said that people don't fear change. They fear the unknown, right? And I think that's what's currently happening. We don't know what AI is going to change. But once we know, then you can adapt to it, right? That's what humans are good at. And that's what we'll keep on doing. Like, we'll adapt. Stuff will change. Like, we'll adapt with it. It's part of life. There's always more noise than it should be. Pyramid scheme, that's not cool, Ubisoft. Well, I don't think it's that bad that Ubisoft does it. Because everyone's doing it, right? I think people always give Ubisoft shit for not like innovating, and then when they do, they get shit again. So it's kind of hard, right? They're always in between two fires, no matter what they do. Yeah. Michael, are parts 1 to 4 available for this project? Can I see them on the channel? Yeah, they should be in a playlist underneath this video. Should be available right there. Yeah, I think it's an important discussion to have. Even though there's so many unknowns, right? We're in this together, you know, and we'll figure it out as it comes along and as more developments are gonna come along. Because it's gonna have limitations. Because it's still built by humans, right? So there's gonna be limitations to it. And we'll have to see how far those limitations go and where real creativity comes in again, because I think that's still gonna be the thing, you know. Like, I think last thing before I go back to work, right? Like, this is a very interesting topic. I think what's gonna happen is that companies will start relying on AI, right, to make bigger and quote unquote better games. But I don't think that it's necessarily gonna impact the people all that much either, regardless of what I just said, right? It's just gonna shift the people around to do like new things. Because look at the evolution of games in general, right? Like what we've been doing up until now, and you can actually kind of see it already what's happening in the future, is they want to go bigger, right? Like bigger and more involved and more immersive. Like it's always more and more and more. And AI is going to help us get there, but it's not going to do it alone either. Like we'll still use it as a tool. Right, I'm quickly going to grab a little drink and then we'll get back into some work. I'll make some more assets. All right. Can I let you all in on a secret? Probably not that big of a secret, but all the people that are professionals in the field, they also don't know what's happening. No one knows. It's even publicly stated that the people that are making the tools don't even know what it's going to do. So, keep on trucking. Keep on doing what you love to do. Because nothing's ever going to change that, you know? Welcome back. Thank you so much. Hi, Vivek. I'm doing good. We just had a whole debate about AI, but it's time to do some more art. This stream has some good old podcast vibes. It's such a nice conversation. So that's actually interesting, right? Because I feel that there's like a bunch of interesting topics to discuss. And I was playing around with the idea where it would be nice to do like a solo kind of podcasting, but more like a stream, you know? Do it on like a monthly basis. Because yeah, there are a lot of topics that are like super interesting and that we can kind of do a deep dive into. And I think, or at least I hope, that I kind of provide like a more nuanced take that yeah, than a lot of the stuff out there, you know, that's just purely focused on like how to make money quick. Good old podcast. It's been a while, huh? Okay, what are we gonna do with this little thingy? Oh yeah, I wanted to see if we can kind of do like a combination where we slap in some walls. See how that works. Don't know if I have the correct dimensions. With a little bit of skewing. A little bit of stretchy stretch. Yeah. Oh, I have to be very specific because they have a curve to them as well. Oh, we could squish it. Game for the art, stay for the convo. That's awesome to hear. Oh, this section is way longer for some reason. Todd Howard knows he's an omniscient god. A podcast Q&A would be great. Yeah, I'm thinking how to organize it. And what kind of topics. I do have like a lot of topics that could be very interesting. But it kind of would be a shame to do it alone too. So we'll need to figure it out. It actually brings me back to what we did a long time ago, where I had like AMA Sundays where people could just ask me anything. We would just talk about like a bunch of stuff. Answer like a bunch of questions from the community as well. So maybe, yeah, maybe something in that vein could be interesting. What am I doing here? Maybe... some of that stuff on. Kind of wanted to look interesting, but it feels like it's very... I'm like cramping the space up too much. Let's see if we can open it up a little bit. Oh, I have these wooden walls too. What about that? On a more serious note, it's a really interesting topic to discuss, and the stream is good vibes, helps me relax. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Alduin, back to game art. What are some good ways to hide mesh intersections between, let's say, wooden posts? Or any type of structural piece? There are like a lot of ways that you can do it, right? I'll give you like a quick example here. In the town area. Where whenever I would have like an ugly like seam, I would just have like a pillar that kind of covers it up, right? Because these are literally just two flat pieces. And then you just put like another mesh into it, right? Very simple, very effective. You can yeah, kind of play around with that. Yeah, just basically put something in between it. that's the long and short version of it. Oh, doesn't have a back. What's that? Two? Oh, that's the height. Okay. I have a 1x3. Let's see. I'm just trying to get something. So, switch that one over. This environment is looking amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so what are we doing here? What is this? We're still working on the carpenter, right? So let's see if we can bring in some props. I usually try to keep it towards like a goal, right? This is to make like wooden shingles, which are basically used for rooftops. But maybe we can do something different as well. We grab some blueprints. That's awesome. This is pretty generic. Oh, some floating stuff going on. It's like a combination as well. This is basically cutting up beams. Let's see, what can we do? Oh yeah, that would be cool. So if we have like a beam storage pile. It's too big. What are they doing in here? They have like a couple of workbenches with like a giant slab of wood on it. Let's see. This is a bit too small. That one's pretty good. I'm gonna dump some stuff on the floor. Alvin is doing some sort of the same thing right now, but I thought there was a more sophisticated thing to go about. No. I think level art is usually all about like smoke and mirrors, you know, where you just intersect like a lot of stuff if you need to. So yeah, it doesn't sound elegant, but yeah, a lot of game dev might not be as elegant as you'd think it to be. Or like environment art creation, right? Let's not call it game dev. What are they doing on here? So do we want to make like a giant slab like they have? I don't think I have like anything like they have, but I do have like a wooden plank that we could technically scale up just as a placeholder. It's huge though. Vivek is asking my opinion. I think that environment art role is an important role where one can have an idea on almost many things like lighting, shader creation in the engine, level art, and foliage. Yeah. Like what Tim is doing. It said a 3D general list. They said it is a 3D general list at a small level. Yeah, I totally agree. Environment artist to me always is the container of whatever has to do with what goes in the environment art, like in the environments, right? So like to me, prop art is a part of the environment that just purely specializes on creating the individual assets. That's the way that I always kind of looked at it. But yeah, you're totally right. Like there's a lot that goes into it, you know? So I feel like oftentimes when companies like advertise a role of like, hey, we're looking for environment artists. Oftentimes they specify what they're specifically looking for, right? But like it feels such a broad category that yeah, sometimes it feels a little bit weird. Some shelving going on. Do the wooden posts on the sacks use a single wood tileable, or are you vertex blending on top of it? Wait, which one? The wooden posts on the stacks, I think, right? So yeah, they use a speed tree color variation node just to create like a little bit of variation in it. Basically everything that has wood on it like has this thing applied to it. So whenever I move it in the world, it kind of has like a slight color variation, right? No, I mean the hut you're working on. Oh, yeah, it kind of has the same system, right? So per asset, or like per modular piece, I'm in the shack. Alwyn, come on. Okay, okay, I see what you're saying. I meant on the hut you're working on. Yeah, they use a single wood tileable. Well, it's a trim sheet, right? Just to make sure. So the difference between a trim sheet and a tileable in this case is that it has specific regions that I assign it to. So I like everything that's wood is basically just a single texture. So like the barrels, this thing, the structure itself, like that's all a single yeah, just a single trim sheet. Which you cannot see in this lighting. What's happening? God. Let's have a look. So this is what it looks like, right? So it has some damage stuff built in, so I can just cut out a little plane and then add that on top of geometry to create like little bits of damage or like broken wooden ends or something like that. Gives me like a lot of options to just play around with just one simple kit. We'll look at some other stuff. Grab some random wooden columns. Add a light temporarily in here. Been messing around with my wooden surfaces lately, trying to figure out what works the best. Yeah, I feel I struggle with that a lot as well. Let me think about some things that I can say, right, to help you out a little bit. I think I played around with. I do not recommend this though. Let me see if I'm right. There's one thing that's usually not played around with that much, and it's a specular, because normally in your material, like specular of 0.5 works on all assets. It's meant to be like a thing that you don't really touch that much unless you really have to. But I felt like in my case, just turning it down a little, I got it at like 0.4, just kind of kills like the specularity a little bit, and it helped me kind of tone it down. It looks a little bit less reflective. And then also, what I like to do, and this is just like generic tips, right, is I'll add like a flattened normal. That's like a little node that you can just add in your material. Let's have a look. So putting the RVT on top. Here, this node. Flatten normal, you basically just plug in your flatten normal and then you just control that with a parameter. And that basically controls like how flat you want it to be, right? So normally this goes from like 0, which is just your base normal. Then if you put it to 1, you actually just completely flatten out your normal. But you can actually also use inverse what is it, numbers, right? So you can actually go minus. If I can show it off here. Right, so I've got my flattened normal set at like minus 1.5, which basically increases the normal. So that you get like that it looks like more intense, right? So if I turn that off, you can kind of see what that's doing. Like it just increases the depth of everything a little bit. So I found that really useful, especially to tweak the wood, because that made a big difference when this is when I'm not doing it, right? Especially on the shelf, I feel, because it's so repetitive. And if you do it, like you get a lot of variation all of a sudden. So that's like a really neat little thing that I implemented in the last couple of weeks. Or actually started to play around with it. It was always there. No worries. Thank you for the question as well. I'm kind of unsure what we're gonna do with this little building here. Kind of interesting what they're doing with that little area. So maybe we can make like a little area like that for ourselves as well. Oh, don't move the terrain. Yeah. I want to make something that looks a bit more unique. Because we got very generic stuff right now. We break it up. Experiment with some stuff. The railings as well. Maybe we could kind of bash them in here as well. Yeah, you don't mind that look. Looks quite nice. I think we have shorter sections as well, so I'm gonna see what we can do with those. Hey, Captain Kid! Welcome to the stream. I was wondering if your wood assets are all sculpted or is it just trim sheet work? It is trim sheets. All the way. Everything that is wood is just making use of one single trim sheet. Yeah. Looks a bit unrealistic though. I don't know what the purpose of this is. Hmm. I don't mind that section. We will just make this like a little bit. More generic. I do need some place to put their tools. Oh, that could be quite interesting. So if we change this to 2-meter one, move that to the side. They have like a little storage area for some wood. Then that's the link to the outside. Stretch this out a little bit. Basically just thinking out loud, right? I'll get to some of the questions in the chat in a little bit. Just put like a whole bunch of wood in there. Done. Moving on. Eldwin. Also, I've been struggling a bit on finding a balance between making something look good versus being it also realistically properly structured. Yeah. Finding a balance between making something look good versus being also realistically properly structured. I think if you were to define it a little bit more, start with something that looks properly structured, and then once you're kind of happy with the foundations of that, then try to make it look good. Because unless if you're doing like 100% like hyper realistic recreation, you always need a little bit of artistic what is it, flair in there, right? So like all of this stuff that I'm building right now don't really have reference for it either, right? So I'm kind of just playing around, seeing what kind of looks good and what kind of makes sense. So yeah, sometimes it's not as defined, right? But sometimes you just have to kind of trust your inner voice, I guess. Hi, Iwana. How are you doing? It's been a while. So... Okay, so they're cutting up the big stuff here. And we have like a workshop area that does like some of the smaller stuff, right? They have some stuff lying around there. So they will probably use some of that wood. So we got the big stuff here. What are they making in terms of small stuff? Where's my lathe? Whatever you pronounce it. Maybe what we'll do here is we'll make it like a on the, is that there then, right? So we'll probably have to do something like this. Scale. Does that work? Does that work with this asset? It's kinda... I'll have to fudge it a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Because I think what I'm basing that on... Let me see if I'm correct, right? Let's have a look at the ref. Where's my pull lathe? Here we go. Oh, so they actually have it going... Oh, they have it going with the thing. Interesting. So, because I build it perpendicular to the thing. Interesting. So I have it going this way, right? But what they probably want to do... Let's make a second variation that has it going with it. Leave it here for now, though. So... Okay, so what I want to do... I still want to have a wall in there, though. What if we do... Steel... pillar from here. Go all the way up. And then put like a little wall section in here. Oh, can't use those walls, right? Need to use a normal wall and then... what's that one? Oh, that's like the perimeter wall. Four by 3. Two by 2. Oh, that's an ugly wall though. Don't want that one. Yeah, let's just squeeze this one in a little bit. Fudging here, and then we'll replace this one with a wattle. Yeah, and then we have space for our little shelf to be put there, right? And then we'll probably populate that shelf with... what are we gonna put there? I want to put wooden stuff there, right? Because what I'm thinking is that they'll bring the wood here, like the cut up wood. Then someone is gonna turn that into pots and like little God, plates and all that stuff, right? And then we'll have that put on the shelves there, and then the rest of the workshop is basically dedicated to like bigger surfaces for whatever reason, right? Let's have a look. I think I got some basic pots lying around. Some baskets. I'm gonna put some, like a basket in there as well. Oh, don't want a filled one though. No, I'm doing it again. Put a basket there. It's the fun part, right? Where you can just like relatively quickly put stuff in. Oh, that could be interesting on that side. And they can kind of use that to put their tools on as well. So we've got... Yeah, this is an issue though. When you have so much noise, like you can barely see the saw that we put on it. We'll need to tweak that. Let me keep an eye on the chat as well. Jeremiah, hey Tim, I'm really struggling understanding how to build my trim sheets. I want to do atlasing for the roof tiles and trims for the wood, but I'm having a hard time planning it. You want to do atlasing for the roof tiles and trims for the wood, but I'm having a hard time planning it. So usually, wait, no, I'm gonna do it like completely different. We actually have like a full breakdown on that on our website, so let me just share that instead. So, deep dives. That's what I'm gonna do instead. So I'll just add that in the chat. There's like a whole like document on like trim sheets, how to plan them, different examples. Should all be in there. Hopefully be very helpful. Been working from a concept art from The Witcher 3 on a Viking-inspired tavern, and some of the roof structure doesn't really make sense to me. In 4 days, now that I'm just iterating, I feel like I'm getting nowhere. Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because concept art, like, they focus on making something look pretty as like a visual pitch, right? That's basically the intention of concept art. So usually that means that it doesn't make sense when you then translate that into 3D. So you'll have to look at constructions on how roof structures, especially in those ages, worked, right? And then yeah, use that, right? Combine the concept with your knowledge of how to build that structure, and then combine the two. Just tuning in while I work on some stuff. Seems looking crazy awesome. Oh, thanks, Iwana. Appreciate it. Well, it's been 4 days. Okay, Eldwin, like, are you looking at references? Because that's the thing, right? Like, when I hear just iterating, like, just iterating doesn't work if you don't know how something is constructed, right? So gotta be careful with that. Oh yeah, Captain Kidd is saying the exact same thing. Yeah, concept doesn't have to provide logical sense. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they have to problem solve in 2D, right? And we have to then problem solve in 3D, which is why their stuff is usually like way quicker as well. Here we go. Got some mugs. Making it structurally look right looks a bit flat to me. I've been looking for ways to make it more interesting. Okay. But if we're talking, are we talking about the roof exterior or the interior? Right? Basically what I'm asking for, is it a big part of your scene and are you going to really see it? Because it might be fine, right? Where you don't have to invest like a bunch of time into it because you're barely going to see it. Don't I have plates anywhere? Did I name them correctly? Yeah, we got all this stuff. Got a mug. Oh, we just got 2 mugs. Okay. Let's make some simple plates, shall we? Am I gonna be really lazy? Just grab a plate that I've already made and just turn it into wood? Probably. Don't need to do it twice. I'm gonna do it in a more simple way. So get rid of all this. Let's see. Do I have some close-ups of like wooden plates somewhere? Like wooden bowls or anything like that? Not that I can find really easily, so... Some pottery? We don't have plates. Okay, time to go on a hunt. It'll be very simple, but hey. Doesn't mean that we don't need to get it right. Set of 3 medieval bowls. Look at this. Oh. Where did it go? Oh, behind, yeah. I like this. More of an organic shape. We can do something really interesting with the geo as well. So I'm just gonna join that. Normally, what I try to do with this, I try to keep it as authentic as possible. This is obviously gonna be a recreation because no one has like authentic like wooden stuff still left over from the medieval times. Especially not plates. So 18th, 19th century. But like, no one's gonna have that just lying around. That's a cool one as well. I'm gonna grab that too. Yeah, let's start there. Should be good. I like these little bowls. So, we that here. Oh, the solidify is really thick though. I don't know what the shape. Looks so weird. Oh, it's just a shading of it? Okay. Never mind. And we'll make this one a little more rounded. I love the set flow add-on. It's so good. And we're just gonna squish that a little bit. Probably also don't want it to be that that shape, right? It's still going outwards. The end. Yeah, this is clay at the moment. But we're gonna make that wood. Curve is not good, right? I want it to be more rounded. What do we call our wood? Oh, yeah. And just think the materials, right? Yeah, right. That's the fun of it. It's not even a big library of textures, honestly. Like, the majority of the scene is just coming from the wood, right? I have some generic basket stuff, some generic clay, but honestly, most of the scene is just coming from that trim sheet out of wood, right? So that's doing a lot of pulling its weight. My plate. There we go. Oh. What's happening here? Clear all seam. That's gonna be all right. We'll need to do a cut here. Yep, this can just be one face. That's all right. We can even include this one in it as well, because we're not worried about like a bake or anything like that, right? So we're just using raw topology anyway. Grab all of that. Pixel density. Something like that really quick. And then see wherever we can fit it. Oh, why is that still separate though? Oh, I didn't re-UV it, right? Seam. It's good. It goes... Oh, that's because it's using the core of the wood. So this one should be fine. Can actually... Yeah, we can actually just do the same thing here. Just make it one big island. Hello? Please? One big island, please? I'm too lazy to do this every time, so... Cool. So we got a wooden plate here. Do the same thing on that one. What's happening? So we got this here. Right, cool. And what we'll do is probably we'll create like a variation. Do a little bit more with the topology that we already have anyway. Make it a little bit more unique. Don't want to do it too much though. ASM, how are your materials looking so good in Blender? They always look off to me. They still look off to me too. Like I just implement them like really quick. But yeah, I can show you what I'm doing with it though. It's nothing too fancy. So invert with a factor of 100. Oh, yeah, okay. So I'm inverting the green channel on the normal map. What's happening? Yeah. Yeah, and then, so yeah, normal map comes in. I break it all apart. I invert the green channel on the normal map because I think that looks better. But I don't know if it's actually correct though. It might not be, honestly. Now that I look at it again. So you can ignore this. You can see how good I've done my setup, right? And then I just do the same thing here. It's basically the same setup as Unreal, right? Yeah, but I'm getting to that point where you're saying that the roughness is completely off. That is because the color space, right? So if you're using, I think if you're just using a mask, you need to set it to raw. And if you're using like an RGB like I'm doing, you have to set it to like sRGB, I think. Because that has like a huge impact on how this stuff looks. Let's see. Am I even using... So... in the roughness. Yeah. Yeah, so you gotta watch out for the color space there. What we'll do with this one as well, just to have like a quick variation. Move it to like a different section. Everything else should be set to non-linear, I think. Yeah, there's something to that, right? If I remember correctly. But this is the thing. Like in my materials, it's a mess as well because I've done it properly in like some materials, and then I've completely just quickly duplicated it, and I was too lazy to like fix it all. So my setup is absolutely not correct. Like the only thing that I care about here is that I can kind of see what the material looks like, right? And that's it. I'm not going for accuracy here anyway. Yeah, so let's vary this one up as well. Maybe, what we can do... What if we introduce a little cracky boy? Pinching on the inside, but... Probably make it a little bit bigger, right? Nice. So we went from like doing foliage to making medieval medieval crockery. That's what we're basically doing this stream. Plans do tend to fall apart though. Okay, so we have this kind of stuff. Right, so we have our plates as well. Let's make sure. Gotta go, unfortunately. Thanks for the stream and all the answers, Tim. Really enjoyed this one. Yeah, me too. Thank you for having me. Thank you for being here. And enjoy the rest of the day, Alduin. Thank you for having me. Well, to a certain degree, it's true, I guess. Thank you for having me in your earbuds. We're just going to do the same thing here. We're just going to move it over a little bit. It would actually, let's see what we can do with this one, huh? We'll have to... it's gonna look way too noisy though. Don't want to do that. That's just gonna look weird with that cut in it, so I guess we will just have to use the empty space. Then I'm just gonna make another version of this, make it like small bowl. A little bit of a tighter curve to it. What is it selecting? Nice. Okay, let's name them and just get some of those things in. Eight wood. Then what is this gonna be? That's bowl wood 01. Doesn't look like a big bowl though, right? So what if we make it bigger? Oh. There we go. Gonna be lazy and link these modifiers. Okay, so now they're the big boys, and then we got the smaller ones as well. Let's maybe create like some additional variation. So we've got Bullwood. Bullwood 2, and then these are... Oops. I think naming convention is honestly the hardest thing here, you know? Like, what am I supposed to call this? Cup, and then this is a mug? What's the difference? Especially when you're not, like, when your mother tongue is not, like, English, right? Like, how am I supposed to figure this out? These don't look great, don't they? Like, dude. This is a prop that's been made without reference, you can tell. Let's actually clean some of this stuff up. Make it more like that. Add some irregularity to it. Well, these are going to be the big boys. And then we'll change this one up to be like a little bit taller as well. Thought about it for ages, but it still fascinates me how using a single trim sheet can make you numerous props with great detail. Yeah, I think the detail you just get more of that with geometry, right? Instead of multiple textures. I think honestly, like the most detailed parts that I have currently in my scene, where I'm kind of happy with the look of it, are let's have a look at the houses. Like some of the houses and the way that they're connecting up with like all the details here, that's starting to look really good, you know, because I've even added like some of these little like wooden nails on top of it too. Right? And that stuff begins to feel like really good. Especially stuff under here as well. Apart from this freaking door that you can ignore. Okay. Yeah, this stuff, that's all just like a single trim. You know, it's kind of amazing what you can do with it. Well, apart from the plaster, of course. Yeah. Create so much stuff with it. Kind of amazing. So powerful. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like if you wanted to make something at scale, like trim sheets are the way to go. Like especially if you're working with a subject matter that is so concise and leans within the same sort of materials to create everything with. Like a medieval scene is perfect for that, right? Because a lot of it is going to be wood. Like it's so good for that. Okay, let's update some of these assets then. So, wood. So we got plates, we got bowls. Wait, maybe in terms of naming conventions, I need to think about adding the category in there as well. What would you call that? Crockery? Is that the correct word for it? But it needs to be, that's the thing, it can be the correct word, but if no one thinks about it, then it doesn't matter, right? What is that? Oh, that's made from the earth. Okay. Something different then. I'm trying to think about like a good name that could be like a category for this. Anyone got any suggestions for a good name for like plates and cups and mugs and all that stuff? Like a good collector, like a good collection name. In the meantime, let's have a look at what Sarah Papa is saying. Speaking of naming conventions, looking at game files is a funny thing sometimes. It's either misspelled or some people having way too much fun naming some stuff. Yeah. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's also what happens. Like usually people give it a name and then stuff might change, right? Like it might even become like a different thing, but then the name doesn't change because they're too lazy to make like a new asset or something like that, right? There's a whole lot of like small things that can happen when it comes to that. But yeah, it's super fun. Super fun to dig through the files or yeah, to realize what your friends are putting in the game, right? Crockery for sure. But I would never think about that word, right? But I guess if most people are saying it, let's go with that. Well, I would never think about that. It's honestly the first thing that came up. Tableware. I like that. Yeah, that could be a good one. Kitchenware? Tableware? A long and fancy word, though, but kind of like it. Tableware? Tableware plate? And then get rid of the wood, because that doesn't matter. You can see that in the thumbnail. Hey, Mozart! How are you doing? Let's call it tableware plate, and then get rid of the wood. Let's do that. No. Tableware. Bowl. Tableware cup. This is the most exciting stuff on the stream, right? It's me figuring out like freaking naming conventions. I actually don't mind doing this though. It's just funny, you know. Like because I feel like a lot of the more boring parts are just so crucial to getting this stuff together. Nacho's trying to dig a hole again. Tableware mug. Tableware 3. There's an NPC in FNV whose sole purpose is to get evaporated by robots, and his function's name is "Don't Tase Me, Bro." Oh my god. I would. Captain Kid. That's a great suggestion. Let's do it. Okay, let's do it. Let's have a look. I can. Okay, so making wooden plates, wooden mugs, and wooden cups. What would you all Okay, let's have a look here. Oh no, I got rid of it. Damn it. Oh, sucks. I even asked it about like the default or asset orientation in a real engine. It was like, I know that it's Z up, but I don't know what the forward axis is. So that was kind of funny as well. Hi Rory, good morning. When do you usually stream? I don't catch you often and always late. So I usually start streaming, like I'm streaming for like 3 hours now. So that's usually the normal time, which is 1 in the afternoon my time. Okay, but let's figure this out, right? So I had it all typed out. Let's have a look. Wooden tableware or wooden kitchenware. That's where we get it. Wooden tableware is a popular choice for those who prefer a natural... Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yes, it's tableware. AI has spoken. I guess, who was the first one that made that suggestion? ASM? ASM. AI confirmed. I can see what you're doing. Okay, cool. Let's get all this stuff in, shall we? I'll have to re-import, like, the mugs. But, big deal. Oh, you heard your name? Yeah, you're basically an AI. That's what it came down to. Like, don't worry about it. No, I basically asked ChatGPT to define the category of the items, and it said tableware or kitchenware. So it's confirmed now. So wait, didn't it export the second mug? Should do, right? Yeah, export excursive. Should be in there. Let's have a look. Oh, there it is. So mug number 2. And then we'll just import all the rest of it as well. So bowl, cups, mugs, the plate. Oh yeah, look at that very noisy tableware. I love it. I think for ease of use, we should probably also make some stacks as well. Is that all? What I'll have to do for these is because I'm using the vertex color, right? I need to do this extra additional step where we go into modeling tools, and then we go to bake vertex, set it to per channel, curvature, illusion, and do this for like every asset in here. Can we actually do multiple ones? No, we can't. Oh, it did say bake all though. Bake textures from a target mesh to it's number 1. We'll only have to do that once per mesh. We don't have to do that on like each individual instance of the mesh. So might as well just get it out of the way. Cool. Then we have the worn variant, but I'm probably going to switch it over to the clean one instead. Because these are freshly made, right? And then I'm going to probably reduce the normal intensity as well. It becomes a little bit more smooth, right? Then everything that has that same sort of material assigned to it gets the same sort of treatment. It's kind of what you want. Nice! That's one musty cup. Yeah, we got rid of it though. Cleaned it all up. Let's see. Let's do an array. Let's be as lazy as we can with it. Right, so just gonna make a stack of 10, you know, all look the same, but what we're actually gonna be doing is we're gonna be breaking this into loose parts, and then I'm just gonna do randomize transform. I'll set this to 180 degrees so we get some random rotation, and then we can play around with the scale a little bit as well. Good, it's scaled evenly. Oh, hold up. Before we do that, we need to Put the origin to the geometry. Maybe even push it down a little bit, and then we'll do the same thing. We could even have a little bit of rotation on like one of the other axes on it as well. Nice. Good to go. Right? Just like a really easy way to just create like randomized transforms, right? Like that's super simple. And also the good thing about it is that it retains, or that it yeah, it retains the what's it called? It retains the settings. So we could do the same thing here, right? Where we say make me, I don't know, maybe not 10 in this case, but let's say something like that. Apply it, do the same thing. Set it to geo, push it down a little bit so that it's at the bottom of it. And then do the same thing again, right? Just do I have it set here? Plonk. Very powerful. And then we can do some like manual tweaks on top of it. Plonk. Yeah, this stuff is super fun to play around with. I love this stuff, you know, where I can just take something and like very easily create like randomized stacks of it. I just love it so much. What I might, oh my god, I'm suddenly tempted to maybe do like a cheeky geometry node setup for this so that it becomes like a one-click thing. I don't know about that. We'll see. Yeah, this is already like easy enough, you know? Didn't know this function? Yeah, it's awesome, right? Blender has so many hidden things. That's what I love about it. Like, and you know the reason, like, or like the way that I discovered this is literally because I'm like, oh, what's this? Let's try that, you know? And then I kind of figure it out. Like, it's just childish curiosity, you know? That's also how I figured out, I don't know how it works anymore now, but I think I showed this on a previous stream, where there is like an add-on that is specialized in making knots. So it will actually turn any object into like Viking knots or anything like that. And it will turn it into a spline so you can still adjust it afterwards. But it does some really, really complex stuff where you can change like if it has to go under or over. Like, and it does it in like a one single click. Super impressive. I wish I could show you, but I was kind of looking for it this week and I kind of lost it. So. Oh, wait. Oh, here it is. Okay, so quick one, right? Oh, this just create a new one. I want that. I wanted to convert to this stack of plates into, what was it again? Curve? Knots? Celtic links? Take a little bit of time. Oh. Yeah, okay. It's a little bit dense, as you can see. Let's try it again. Keep forgetting where we need. So curve, knots, Celtic links. Some time. And then we can do some adjustments in here. It's kind of a mess right now, but you can see where we're going, right? So if we half this, if we get a good result. Yeah, so you can see that it turned like the whole geometry into like a pattern of splines. And then you can say like, hey, also weave up. And then it will start weaving into itself. Yeah, look at that. So cool, right? I love this stuff. Love it. So the stack can go. ASM, can you change the scale on it? Yeah, because there's splines, right? So even if you apply the settings that we just were playing around with, you can still go into it afterwards and just change the small the scale of the splines. Like smaller knots? No, because, well, I guess you can. It depends on the geometry that you give it, right? So if you have less dense geo, then you get less knots as well, because that's how it's doing the calculation. Okay. Abstraction over. Let's yeah, like there's so much stuff in Blender that I love. Most artists saying, I like Blender, but the company I want to work for someday is working with 3ds Max the most, so I think I have to learn this someday before I can work there. Not necessarily. Would it potentially be recommended? Yeah, but you don't necessarily have to learn it, right? I'll give you an example. When I was in uni, or even after uni, right? So in uni, I was using Max. For my first job, I needed to use Maya, so I switched, right? For my second job, I had to use Max again, so I switched again. You know what I'm saying? Like the foundational aspects of it are going to remain the same. Obviously, if you're, let's say in an ideal world, right? Like in a theoretical experiment, if you have two people of equal artistic skill and equal personality, but one knows 3ds Max and one doesn't, yeah, then the one with 3ds Max is going to win. But that's not, I mean, that's a very hypothetical thing, right? So it's not necessary, I would say. Because I think it depends on what you want to do, right? If you are, I don't know, this is probably going to sound facetious or anything like that, but like if you are fine with spending money on like an Autodesk product, comparing it to like Blender that's completely free, yeah. Like it doesn't like, that's why I switched too, right? Like I get to not pay for something. I don't have to pay for something and I can still use it and it has like more functionality. Yeah. Stick with Blender as long as I can for private is the best solution. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. Yep. Same thing when I was working at UB as well. Captain Kid. Like we were using, well, the entire team was using Blender, but we just had to do that additional step of getting it into Max first because all the connection to the engine wasn't Max, right? So you had no choice on that. Getting like a bunch of stuff together. Where's my other mug? My other two mugs. What? Maya has a send to max option that's faster. Yeah, we had a tool built for that by one of the people in our team. We basically made it so that you can just instantly send stuff from Blender to max as well. Super useful. Yeah, that's gonna linger around for a long time. You know, like for companies, it always takes way longer for them to switch compared to like an individual, right? Okay, so tableware, let's put that in a filter as well. Plunk. Never understand why Autodesk has two different softwares doing the same thing. It's because they bought up one of them. So I think they bought up Maya from a different company. That's why they had to. Or the other way around. I don't know which one they bought out. But that's why they ended up with two. I think, right? Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Put in like a whole bunch of mugs. Where's the first one now? What the hell's happening here? Cup 2, mug 2 and 3. Where's mug 1? Mug 1? Okay. Why did they keep both of them alive? I would buy another software, I would integrate the good stuff and trash the rest of the software. Might not be as easy to do, right? That's the thing of it. Like it's yeah. They both have like one uses MaxScript, like one uses Python, you know, like oh god, like it would be such hell to like merge the two. And like port the exact same functionality over. Like it's probably like way more complex than we imagine it to be, right? Would it be a good well yeah, you also have to think about it this way, right? I just made the realization is that if they're doing that, they're not making more money. Right? So right now like both of them are turning them a profit, right? But that work that they're putting into like merge the two is not necessarily going to make them more money in the end. It will, the only thing that it will do is it will just unify the stream of income, right? And then potentially over the long term it could make it more easy to work on, but that's yeah, I don't know, political, right? I think that's always the tricky thing is seeing it on the long term. Yeah, I mean, I'm also not making excuses for the weird the weird the weird things that they do, or like not weird things, but just like the non-support, you know, that they do. In my opinion, Maya is better for animation. 3ds Max is better for modeling, texturing. Yeah, because that's also what they're built for, right? Like Maya was always more of an animation tool anyway. So yeah, totally agree with that. David, the normal and the mass map should be set up as non-color in Blender, and the normal orientation is inverse the Unreal. Thank you so much. Yeah, makes sense. Pyramid Scheme saying, I'm seeing a lot of 3D jobs where Blender is accepted now. They all say experience with Blender, 3ds Max, or Maya. Obviously, it's different for animators. Yeah, honestly, like for modeling, no one cares, you know? Like, and the Switch is relatively easy. It's annoying, for sure. It's super annoying to have to switch, but it's also that big of a deal. At least to me. I don't know what you guys think of it. It depends. It kind of depends on how much you want the job, I guess, right? Like if I really want that job, I'll put in the effort to learn a new tool. If not, then nah. Cool, cool, cool. So we got like a bunch of plates and we got a bunch of mugs in. Quite nice. Actually looking pretty good. So that's where they make them. That's where they can potentially refine some of it as well. Where let's see if we have some tools that we can put on this as well. Some mallets, we got a draw knife, that one is good. What's that one? Blender is also deleting a 3D concept art. At this point, every concept artist who works in 3D has it in their tool bag. Yeah, seems to be that way for sure. All the people that I worked with. From the first point when a concept artist came in and they showed off that they can also do 3D until like the last ones that I've seen. Yeah, totally agree. They all use Blender. At least from the ones that I've seen. I think that's the only tool that we can really use, right? Let's see, do we have some generic assets that we can just populate the scene bit a little bit? Okay, let's see if we can bring in some blueprints as well. Oh, but I can't include them in the new blueprints, right? So I gotta be careful with that. It's interesting though how many people switch to Blender, honestly. Kind of crazy to see. I think it's Delaney King that put it perfectly, right? It's because Autodesk was so slacked so much on that topic, and with the toolset that they made, that they didn't support it properly. That's where like they left a vacuum for Blender to step in. I think that's all we can do with this thing for now. So let's have a look. Yep, I agree. Like it's very hard to beat free, you know? Like it's so difficult to beat that. Hey yo Punky! Hey! How are you doing? I started modeling using Blender, still learning the foundational things. Doing modeling challenges by modeling something different each week. That's awesome! How is that going for you? little rush light. Let's make sure that we... Might be stupid, but I like it when they have it like upside down. Oh, yeah. Like it. Got some tableware going. Some more stuff in here. Placeholder stuff, but... A basic chest. Is there enough room where we could put something like this in? I don't think so. I don't think I've used this card, actually. Anywhere. Looks good. What else can we do? I wanna spice it up a little bit. See what we can do with some quick landscape painting. That fall off is ridiculously harsh. We need to do something about that. Why is that so harsh? Let's actually investigate that now. It's going good. The first week was a low poly sword. This week I'm holding a fire hydrant, high poly. I think I might try to bake a low poly of it. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, fire hydrant is good. Good small prop to start out with. If you grab a simple one especially. That's awesome. With scheme, are the tiles on the roof geo or textures? It's all geo, baby. Let's have a look at that transition. because I do not like that one bit. Yeah, that's already way better. Get some softness in there. I don't know what this offset is meant to do. Well, let's revert that. It's already looking way better just in general. You know, everything is way softer now. What are you doing here? This random tree just sticking through the floor. I think this is good though. This is good. I do want to spice up the roof now that I'm looking at it. Um, 4-meter pillar. I just read that comment and it, oh my god, it just came into my brain as like just word salad. So I'm working on a piece for my portfolio inspired by Bleach 1000 Years Blood War arc. I'm calling a tribute to the fallen, lots of sword modeling involved. Wow, okay. I have no idea what that means. No idea at all. That just didn't make sense in my head. Actually be like an attic space. Sorta. You haven't watched Bleach 1000 Years Blood War anime? No. I've barely watched any anime. Not my thing. The closest, well, the only anime that I've watched is Akira. That's as far as I'm gonna go, probably. Oh no, that's not true. Well, Ghibli movies as well, right? Was anime? I wouldn't really classify them as much, but at least in my head, they probably are, right? What's about the Ghibli stuff? Yeah, other than that, probably nothing. My mouse is dying. Yeah, I'm liking the look of this though. This is a nice little building. What I do want to do with all this stuff that we're kind of building now, right? Is I'm basically building components of what I can then later on use in like separate scenes. So I can then hopefully turn this into like a couple of scenes. Like I want to make like one big carpenter area, right? Which is probably going to be the one that I have currently because it has like a house and like this whole workshop and it's actually quite involved in the scale of it. And then I want to make like a medium one and a small one just as like a couple of what would you call them, like demo scenes, you know? So that's actually what I'm currently doing to give some context to that. We've got like a whole bunch of like these little blueprints that can be used. Yeah, just fun to work on like a little selection like this. Okay, I'm gonna put a ladder in. Oh yeah, I've seen the stuff from Ashtorp. Yeah, it's cool. It's a nice little short. I love the podcast that he does. At least I used to listen to it quite a lot. So we got a little ladder going up. Don't necessarily need to put anything on here though, but looks cool. Do I have anything that I can quickly add? Barrels, buckets. Eh. Like a basket on here. Never gonna see that. We could do, and I love to do this. So maybe we can add like a little bit of rope to add like a little bit of detail to the whole thing. So rope always makes something feel like way more organic. So some stuff on the floor. This mud on the floor is looking juicy. This section right here with the light bouncing on it, that's looking really good. Love that. Rory, that's a good question. Let me read it out, right? So, do you use seamless or trim sheets for the textures, or of the more repeating assets, like the wooden planks and the buildings. I'm also making a small medieval environment, and I use trim sheets for the housing and the building components. I'm not comfortable with the seamless. UV would not be ordered. Interesting. I'm not sure. Oh, you're just talking about like tilables, right? UV does not be ordered. So yeah, for all my assets, everything that is wood, I am using a trim sheet, like a single one. So quickly show it off here again. Let's go to the wood kit. So this is what I'm using for like all the assets in my scene. Right? So and it has like all the stuff built into it that I need. It even has like little bits like for example like these little wooden nails that I use to sort of indicate that stuff has been nailed together. That's in that trim sheet as well. So it gives me like a lot of flexibility when it comes to it. So I can do stuff like this where you have like damaged edges on stuff. That's also built into that trim sheet. Sorry, English is not my first language. Oh, it's not mine either, so don't worry about it. Understood better than I could explain. No, it was perfectly understandable. Thank you for asking that question as well. So yeah, I'm just using a trim sheet for like all the wood. That's just one. Like the way that I create variation is I add additional layers of materials on top of it, right? So I'll give like a quick example. We got this little workbench, right? And then this is how it looks like when there's no dirt or anything like that on top of it. Oh wait, let me actually grab another one. I don't think I baked this one. Sorry for the confusion. Trying to look. Yeah, this one has it built in. So you can see that it has like the base trim sheet, but then I'm also adding like additional layers on top of it. So in my case, I have dirt and I also have moss on top of it as well. So do like a quick example here. There. This is it clean, and then we have like a worn version which has like a bit more dirt on it. And then I have like an old version as well, which has more dirt and is like a little bit greener as well, has more moss on it too. So yeah, it's a little bit more advanced, right? But in short, yeah, I use... No, so for the stuff that I'm blending on top of it, I'm using tileable textures, but I blend them using the vertex color. Or if you want to get like a simple explanation, I blend them using masks, right? I just use the vertex color as a mask. So yeah, but for like the base thing, I just use like a trim sheet. Let's hang some more ropes, shall we? We have some more bundles that we can hang. This one's cool as well. No, the vertex colors, I do them in Unreal. I actually just did them for the plates and the mugs and all that stuff, right? So it's in the modeling toolkit. So I'll show you really quickly. If you go into modeling here, which is a plugin that you need to activate, you go all the way down and you say bake vertex. Like you can use that to bake vertex colors based on curvature or ambient occlusion or stuff like that. And then once I do it, like it picks up like all the material layering automatically because I set that up in the main shader. So for this one, I'll have to add some more geometry because it doesn't have enough geo to do this stuff on, but I find it very flexible to work with actually. Because I hated having to do it in like 3D or like in Substance or anything like that. Like it was so annoying. So yeah, that's why we're doing it here. Where can we learn to do that in Unreal? Let me check. Because I did make a tutorial on it, but I don't know if it's live. Let me actually really check. Content. It is unlisted. I'll add it here because it was kind of meant to be like, hey, let me get some feedback on this, but I'll add it here. So that's where you can kind of get like a really quick tutorial on how to bake vertex color in Unreal Engine. Yeah. So feel free to check that one out. Cool, let's kill this light. Ropes are a bit much. Get rid of this one. I probably need to finish that tutorial. I think it's done. It might be done. It's been a while since I looked at it. So hey, feel free to check it out and let me know what you think. I have like a bunch of topics that I want to do like very quick tutorials on. So I need to get to that actually. But I'm trying to get some other stuff out of the way first. Which we're kind of close to. Yeah, I'm looking forward to some more stuff like that. Let's see, is there something else that we can do with this thing? Got a ladder going up. We got like a whole bunch of stuff here that's logically made here, right? So maybe what we can do is spice this thing up a little bit more. Add like a cup or two here. Then we can... Oh, almost like it's moldy or something. Oh yeah, obviously I didn't do that on like the main asset. So some of them still have like a wrong shader attached to them. So let's do that real quick. And then we're just gonna do this. Oh. Nice. Now it looks a little bit cleaner. Stands out a bit more from like all the worn wood as well. I'm trying to think what else we can do. Let's have a look here. Some sawdust. They got like an additional workbench here. They got like a bunch of stuff lying in the back as well. Seems to be some cloth as well, which actually could be really interesting if we can add that. Because it adds like a whole dynamic aspect to it again, right? So maybe a generic pieces of cloth that can be like draped over the edges or something could be interesting to look into. We can just simply animate some of those. Let's have a look. What's happening here? Like a whole bunch of like random junk just. Floor, they got some mallets as well. Oh, that's cool. They got some stuff hanging from the ceiling. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Where are my tools? Right, and then probably put some stuff on this thing as well. So these things are interesting. These metal brackets, because they synergize really well. Like, well, they're supposed to go with some of these tables. We have, oh, not this one. Is it like the carpenter table? Which one did I do it on? Oh, here you go. So they have these holes, and then you can put those things in it, right? So kind of meant to be. And then you can put stuff underneath it, and then the metal will hold it in place, kind of. Can't really use that on this thing. Let's see if we can just add some generic tools to it. Raw knife. It's going into the Unreal Engine playlist. Hell yeah! Thank you so much. Yeah, there's also another one that I did on my other channel as well, on my very secret private channel, which I also need to just port over actually, just to the main channel, because it was just basically a tryout. You know, it was like a trial. Let's put the malice on here, shall I? Yeah, this looks nice. You know, it's quite nice that we've been able to build this with all the stuff that's already available. That's awesome. I'm happy with that. I wanna check it out with a good camera though. So duplicate it. Let's snap the object to view. This screen. Oh, we need to get some dramatic lighting in here. Let's go to my lighting blueprint. Set it to evening. Doesn't work as well on this scene, I feel. What ones do I have? I think the other ones are kind of broken, so let's try modern. Very nice. And then night. Just like nothing. Is it just dynamic lights, no post? So with this blueprint that I made, it changes all of it whenever I select like a new setup. So I've basically, so you can kind of see it here, right? I have like all of it in like one selection. So this is the morning setup. It has like all the post-process settings built into it here with like all the sun rotation stuff as well. So I could just go in and be like, oh, I want to rotate the sun, you know, do all that kind of stuff. And then also do like all the post-processing too. So it's kind of doing both at the same time whenever I switch it up. Because it's basically switching to like a whole bunch of new settings with every selection that I make here. This is looking quite nice though. Very neutral. I like it. Kind of works with this shot. Are you currently using any new Unreal Engine 5 tools? Nanite? Nope, I'm not using Nanite. I'm a little afraid that what I'm doing won't have any impact. Many of my models I've made don't have many details. Yeah, same thing here, right? I make relatively simple models, especially on this scene, so I don't need Nanite per se. Yeah. So it does work better. Well, it's debatable, right? I've heard people say that it works really well together with Nanite, like that Lumen works really well together with Nanite, right? I've heard that people saying that. But then when you see people breaking it down into actual performance, it's obviously the answer is always like it depends, right? But I was looking at an example where they had like a large field of grass and it was actually more performant to not do it with Nanite. So yeah, it was interesting. Interesting. Yeah, if you like, the simple thing is if you don't need it, then don't use it. Sometimes it's as simple as that. And nice. Okay. Been going for a while now. I'm probably gonna call it here. I'm gonna just go into my outro thingy, right? Just do like a nice camera shot. That's what we achieved. And just bathe into what we achieved this this session, right? You can be proud of your work, right? Oh, Brandon, you just joined? Is it a time zone thing? Are you just getting from work or something like that? What's happening? Looking awesome though. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for the tips. No worries, ASM. Happy to help. Yeah. Oh, it's a time zone thing, I bet. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, this is what we kind of worked on this scene. Well, this stream. And so what do we do? Let's see. So we made like a bunch of wooden cups, right? We've made this assembly here. Oh, I didn't go out of the camera, whatever. We made this kind of assembly here. We've made like a bunch of like cups and plates. Refined, did a bunch of stuff. Like refined the terrain texture a little bit as well, with little tweaks. Spend the beginning of the stream actually refining how the foliage reacts, right? Like how most of the foliage reacts, like all these small bits that we've done last time. Yeah, actually achieved quite a lot. And yeah. I'll just leave you with like one of these shots, right? Because I love them so much. Let's take this one. And let's switch it up to the evening light. Oh. Yes. Looking nice. Yeah. Proud of it. Still much to do, but I'm proud of it. This stream was elite. Learned so much and had a deep existential AI chat in the middle. Yeah, I honestly love the conversation about AI. You know, I think there's a lot more that we can do there. What... It might actually be interesting if we do something around that more often, right? If we pick a topic and just have a rant in the middle of the stream just to break it up as well. Could be interesting. So yeah, if you have any topic suggestions for the next one, we'll be curious to see what we can chat about. Maybe do like a little bit of a live commentary on like some Unreal Engine stuff that's happening or something like that. We'll see. Figure it out. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna pop out. Gonna do some cooking. Thank you so much for being here, all. I appreciate all the good questions, all the helpful comments in the chat, helping each other out as well. Always awesome to see. And yeah, I hope it was useful. And I'll see you. When will I see you? So it will probably be next week, Wednesday, for some work in progress feedback from the community. So look forward to that. And if not, you can always pop back in for some art / AI chat next week. I don't know what we're gonna talk about, but that was good. So yeah, thanks all for being here. Have a nice day, and I'll speak to you all later. Bye bye.